Afternoon, Nubis. Hello, Leaf. How goes? Alright. Hey, Hendy. I feel like the auto color correction has been doing weird things as of late. That didn't work. Oh dear. But hey, every minute I'm here slowly pays bills, so it could be much worse. Yeah, and there is that. It can always be worse as far as I'm aware. I guess. Alright. So I do want to jump right into the horse, but. I did get some comments about the armor being a little OTT on this guy. A little bit too degraded. So I'm wondering whether I should punch back in with some silver. I mean, I like it, but no, it doesn't particularly bother me because I actually own several suits of armor, so I know how armor rusts, and surface rust does not damage the integrity of an item. You can sandblast it off. But I got a lot of well actuallying about, ooh, that armor doesn't look like it would stand up to, it annoyed me. I think I'm just going to ignore it. I'm a machinist who works on steel. Yeah, you know it then. You can just sandblast that shit off. Hey, 3 geese in a trench coat. How goes the metallic black? But yeah, tell your chat you'd ask if you cared for feedback. Oh no, my chat is, I'm not going to say wonderful because I don't want them to get big heads, but no, it wasn't from my chat. Still trying to figure it out. I think I'm going to paint it regular black and do a glossy varnish over it. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, it could work. Just thinking about it. Where's my dusty brush? There's my dusty brush. Tinsdale. E. Okay, today he's looking fat. He was looking sort of stringy the other day. Can I stare at the frog for a moment? Avoid starting painting. I'm not particularly good at sassing people I don't like. Or people I don't agree with, I guess. Yeah, but in regards to armor, just thinking about it, it's very funny that the way that you treat rust on armor, if you forget to oil it sufficiently, is you basically just put it in or chainmail at the very least. You basically just put chainmail in a bag and shake it up, and it derusts itself. Once again, chat making me allow words that are banned by Automod, which buttholes is apparently one of them. Because why not? There's butthole one as well. Seems not. Yeah, butthole was auto modded. I allowed it though. Because why not? God damn it. Can't paint a fucking straight line to save my life today. I can already see the shape of this stream. This is why you shouldn't paint when you haven't slept that much. Why didn't you sleep? Well, you know that thing I done do where I complain about like being sore and tired for no reason, and then it ends up I have a cold. Had a cold. So yesterday I was feeling like absolute shit. So I went to sleep at like 5 p.m. and I woke up at like 2 this morning. So I've been awake since like 2 a.m. I do that a lot on weekends. There's nothing better than an afternoon nap if circumstances allow. I'm not a very good napper. Never been particularly accomplished at napping. You know what? I'm not even gonna bother trying to glaze these borders at all. I'm just gonna fucking do them solid. There's no point. It barely looks better for the effort. Ren, do you have a lizard man army? Do I have a lizard man army? Yes. I have many, many thousands of points of lizard men. Mostly painted. No. Listen, I may have given them to him, but they're spiritually still mine. I painted them, I tournamented with them, I took them to the game club for like a decade. anyone have any tips on painting nids? I've tried a couple of color schemes and I can't come up with something I'm happy with. Do none of the official schemes sing to you, or do you have a particular color in mind? Is there a primary color you want to work off of? Thought I wanted red as the primary color until I did it. Not a fan. Too bright, too dark, too red. Maybe my carapace is just too dark. What color are you doing the carapace? I was going for High Fleet Behemoth. Okay. What would you say your general painting level is? Because the easiest way I'd say Not good, I'll be honest. Only started 18 months ago. Okay. I'm just looking at some behemoth tyranids now. Alright, how much time have you got today? I gotta get Bubba. Because I'm considering doing something stupid. Alright, something stupid it is. Right. Actually, you know what? I want one of the single-piece McCrag ones. Less caps. Oh yeah, no, the giveaway is I started painting it and then stopped. Oh no, Nubis, I already streamed for 36 hours. Yeah, actually, hold on. Yeah, so I started this on my birthday. I streamed like 36 hours. And I got bored. I got distracted, I got bored, I got a lot of things. Yeah, once I finish this though, I'll be running a raffle to give it away. All right. So, this is an old Termi waiting for repainting. What are you working with? Contrasts or your regular base and layer and wash? Started with base layer. Good. Okay, I'm gonna clean this off because it will annoy me otherwise. I've got 8 hours today anyway, I can do whatever I want. Was thinking of trying contrast though. Well, let's hold on for today at least. Please don't spend time with this big as me. Whatever, I will. List I can do, thanks. Thank you for the sub. No worry, you don't have to. It's not hard to give me brainworms. Sorry, I'm just cleaning off the mold lines because these are from the old Battle for McCrag set that I had when I was, a baby, basically. And they've been painted numerous times for me, waiting to be stripped and repainted. Okay, so it's a dark blue. But there's a couple ways that I could start with the carapace. I could either do like maybe like a candor and then whack a null oil over it. And to economize, I could probably do a Mephiston red for the skin and candor for the carapace, and then just null oil the whole thing. That's an easy, approachable way to get like the base colors done. And then we'll get a little bit fancier. There's quite a turquoise, so you can glaze it up a little bit, which I will walk through. New ones have more tight spaces, I think. So you just paint over the old paint? Mostly. Sometimes I'll strip something, but oftentimes stripping something isn't worth it. It's just a waste of time. I guess I don't need to mold line clean it, but I'm gonna. Yeah, basically, so long as the paint isn't so thick that it's obscuring details, you can just go over it. I mean, you're not shooting for golden demons, so, you know, having 100% detail on your model isn't gonna matter, and a few layers of paint isn't gonna hurt you. Like, all of my models get multiple coats of primer anyway as well. So, like, you know, because I start with black and then I go gray. And then sometimes, you know, to just contrast the details more, I'm not slap chopping them, but it's easier to pick out details when there's a little bit of contrast than sometimes I'll zenith them. Not for any great purpose. Just because it's easier to see details, you know, if their recesses are darker than the rest. Base coat, all my needs wise so far. The detail thing is definitely tricky. So I find that even if you are priming with a white, usually I suggest going with a black anyway. Like going with a black and then going with a white over the black. Because then the recesses and little bits that you don't hit with the white will be dark and it will hide your mistakes. Like, darker primers are much better at hiding your mistakes than lighter primers. So if you're not particularly precise or you want to go fast, go with a dark primer. Because lighter primers aren't especially useful unless you want your colors to go over it really bright or you're using contrasts. Like, it's useful, but, you know, not necessary. Okay, so one last check, because I think I'm nearly done with these mold lines. You're trying to do High Fleet Behemoth, right? The black-blue carapace with the red flesh. Alright, that's good enough. Corn Mephisto red. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to just try and do this without any guides, just working out what I believe would probably be the quickest way to kind of achieve the effect. And then see if that's helpful to you. All right. Yeah, so what I think I'm going to do to start with is I'm going to do the carapace. Let's see. Hey, Raven Kitty. Yeah, I got a bubble was having some trouble and the brainworm struck. So I'm going to see if I can help him out. You know, I'm going to try some super glue there. Now, bug doctor. Got that. All right, I'm just briefly going to go and search for some activator. Make this hand stick to the gun properly. I'll be back in a second. Right. Let's be kind of heavy-handed with this. Where's something I can mount it on? There we go. Okay. So, ooh, that's pretty good. All of the claws are the dark blue as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with Cantor Blue. For the carapace. Actually, no, we'll start with Mephiston Red because it'll be easier to go back in. Okay, so for the flesh, and bear in mind, all of this might be wrong and it might turn out horribly, but this is just my intuition. Purely going off of intuition on this one. So we're going to go in on the skin and go straight to Mephiston Red. It looks bright now, but what we're going to do is we're going to, once the Cantor Blue is on the carapace, we're going to punch the whole thing down with non-oil. And then we'll do a bit of a targeted dry brush of Mephiston Red back up over the skin. And see how that looks before we make any choices on where to go after that. Wait a second, that's not a horse. No, it's not. Someone was... I gotta get Bubba. Was struggling with their turnips, so I'm working out an easy step-by-step to try and get to some sort of quickish results. Not with my usual, yeah, I'm not gonna take forever on this because it could be a horrible lesson that doesn't work. Because I'm trying to think of this like an army painter. And not spend like 50 hours highlighting everything. Because I'm assuming that I Gotta Get Bubba isn't going to want to spend like 35 hours for are each gone. Yeah. That's why you invest in an airbrush. Finally it happened, we're doing 40k. It's an intermission. Everyone crawling out of the woodwork the second I'm not painting horses. To be full fair, we've all seen a lot of horse. I was out clay pigeon shooting this morning, living my life whilst you're paying your non-horses. So your friends came back, did they, Vulcan? Okay. I've got friends I'll have you now. I mean, you're in the Twitch chat of slightly unhinged miniature painter. Do you have any tips for getting good coverage underneath? If you're not me, don't worry about it. Generally, slightly waterier paint in more coats and then just like sort of slamming your brush in there. All right. We'll give this a second coat once this is dried, but because I watered some of it down, it's going to take a second. So we'll just go back to the... if anyone says you're not painted it, they're looking too hard. Yeah. And what's that? I just base coat the, like, under the horses. I don't really do much more than that. Okay. Back to the horsey. Yeah, we're just giving the red a little bit of time to dry because I watered some of it down to really push it underneath into the gaps. We'll give it a second coat of red in a moment once it's dried a bit, because otherwise the paint will reactivate and lift off. I could get the hairdryer out to speed it up, but it's a good excuse to actually work on the horse a bit. All good. Loving the horsey free hand. Thank you. It took a while. Change of pace must be nice at this point. I've been painting lots of stuff out of stream. I'm going through all of my old armies right now. Slowly anyway. And just like retouching faces, bases, you know, the important bits mostly. Just as a bit of a breather. Wrath BB1. Hello, how we doing? Welcome in. Happy to have you sticking around. How did you find your way to me today? Just how many hours a day do you spend painting? Not that many. Like when I'm painting off stream, I'm doing it in the morning after I work out. Well, after I work out and shower before I have to go and do stuff, and then sometimes after stream I'll paint for a few more hours. But I'll paint something non-Bretonnian. All right. You dry? Mostly. All right, so we're going to water this coat down a little bit more. If you can get it in one coat, you can get it in one coat, but usually one slightly thicker coat and then one slightly thinner coat over top, just to try not to get hair in it. And then one slightly thinner coat over top is usually enough, depending on how pigmented the paint you're using is. Especially in this case, I'm not sure it's going to matter so much because we're just going to like abuse it with some Nuln Oil. Probably really bad posture. I mean, I can't see you, I can't judge. I am probably much fitter than the average miniature painter. So I think that helps to a degree with long painting sessions, is that if you do a lot of, I mean, shit, even yoga would help. But if you do a lot of exercises, a lot of mobility, a lot of stretching, then it won't be as much of an issue. But if you overdo it, it will be. Or if you have bad posture, it will be. A lot of stuff with your body complaining is just because it's not used to something. And sitting down and concentrating on something can actually be pretty stressful for your body. Especially if you don't move around a lot. Yeah, drink water, stretch, and sit up straight. And eat McDonald's, meh. Whatever gets you through the day. I don't see any frog, but you paid for the redeem. So have a frog tank. Alright, good enough. Good enough on the red. So now we're gonna whack Cantor Blue over the scales, well, carapace and claws. Okay, so you want to use that Cantor Blue on... I don't imagine you get McDelivery up on the side of a class match and you go home. No, nothing fucking delivers to me except the local Chinese. Nothing else. No Uber Eats, even Domino's, which used to deliver, because I remember getting like blackout drunk and ordering a Domino's to my local pub in like 2017. But they've stopped delivering to my postcode. Sucks. Can't even choose to have a lazy day for food. You could move? No. I just eat basic pastas when I'm lazy. I eat pastas every day. Yeah. I mean, I eat basically the same thing every day and then sort of like eat around that. Okay, Bubba, how confident are you at being able to glaze? Averagely confident? Okay. Yeah, glazing is pretty simple when you get a hold of it, but what I'm thinking is this will require a little bit of glazing to make it really sing. It'll give you that nice sort of gradient on the carapace. I was using glazing to blend between corn red and Mephiston red on the tail, and it's gone okay. Not brilliant, but okay. Definitely up for doing more. Okay. I think if you're trying to paint quickly, glazing will probably serve you a little better if you just do it on the carapace. You can do it on the body if you want to. But I think perhaps that maybe it will be quicker to do a very, very wet dry brush on the skin rather than glazing. But we'll see, I could be wrong. Honestly, both is good, but if you're glazing the skin on like 20 termagants or hormigants, you're going to be spending a lot of time glazing skin. We'll see if I'm right or not. That's just my assumption. Yeah, it's not always best to take my advice on how to do things quickly, considering I'm among the slowest painters alive. I mean, I can paint quickly, but I often choose not to. I always choose not to. Joe the Shadow, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. What brings you my way today? Okay, so you see the Cantor is not very dark, but quite dark. Once you thwack that down with some non-oil, it's going to be really quite dark. And even if it's not like black, when you start glazing up towards the higher edges, the contrast alone will make it look way darker than it actually is. Because contrast between colors can make a color that's actually more of a mid-tone look incredibly dark if the brightest bits are very bright. Okay, so that is blue done. I'm just going to go over some of the most egregious mistakes I've made by painting onto the red. Just correct that a little bit, and then we shall douse it in Nuln Oil and see if my intuition is correct. It might not be. All right. So what we've got so far is Fist on red and Cantor blue. And now we're going to dump Nuln Oil on this thing to darken both of those and to tie them together a little bit. Alright, just double checking. There's nowhere else I need to put any blue on this thing. Oop. Good thing I did double check because these little dew claws should be blue. It's definitely a nid. I mean, it is. Okay, now Nuln Oil. Okay, good enough. A little bit heavy in some spots, but we are going for speed. Actually, trying my hardest not to stop and be a perfectionist about this whole thing. I only ever use it on metal. Normally, that's also what I use it on, but there's a reason why, like, just douse it in Nuln Oil as a meme, because unfortunately, it works. Quite a lot of the time it works. It does a very good job of punching colors down and then tying them together so that even if you've chosen hues that don't entirely match with each other, just having a common filter over both of them does a lot of work. Alright, we're going to leave that to dry briefly while I return to the horse. Thanks for taking the time on this. I really appreciate it. Not a problem. Everybody starts painting somewhere, and if I can help you out, then, I've done something good instead of go insane painting Bretonnians for like 127 days. Oh yeah, Seraphim Sapia. Or Sepia. Very, very good stuff. Alright. So, while we wait for that Nuln Oil to dry, let's carry on just cleaning up this heraldry. Jesus Christ, we're only an hour and a half in. Did I say it? Painting way too fast. This isn't right. This is wrong. If I finish a gaunt today, I'm gonna hang my head in shame. Any wash will do. It's called a unifying wash. It's a good technique to use alongside contrast paints. Alright, Mr. Book Learning. Some of us don't have them there fancy words for stuff explaining. It is basically a model with just two colors on it though, so it's a very quick paint regardless. I'm not painting 100 gaunts in a high fleet behemoth because my high fleet is Kronos. When all of my other nids are painted. Well, all of the painted ones. I guess this will just be Jeff, the loner gun. Yeah, Jeff got lost. Jeff got lost. And taken on by High Fleet Kronos, who are considering eating him. And making his biomatter a little more useful. Orcs are also very fun to paint. Got about 3,000 points of nids to paint then as part of my exemplars. Wow. I hope it's not all Gorns. As much as I like Gorn heavy lists. Yeah, so long as you've got some big bugs, you can make up points that way. But in 9th edition, I regularly used to run lists with about 60 Gorns. Because Chronos are a shooty list, and flesh borers were very, very useful. A little bit longer and this will be dry. And you should be back in a second though. Theory is they can't shoot everything. I find that theory works very well with Sisters of Battle in a melee heavy list. As for Tyranids, I feel like not as much, oddly enough. Right. Still needs to do a little bit of drying, because otherwise, if I go in and dry brush, it's going to pick up some of that wet wash. Happy New Year. Hope all are well. Well, I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself? What a lovely iron brew night. Is iron brew yellow and blue? I thought it was orange and blue. Although I will admit it has been a second since I've laid eyes on an iron brew can. Sorry, the yellow looked orange on my screen. It probably does look. I did wash it with Reclin Flesh Shade, so it is quite orangey right now. Uh, 2025 will be the year of Old World for me. Multiple armies on the go and some games lined up. Sounds good. What armies you looking to get into? or are sitting in your pile of shame right now. Got my old Skaven out of storage, building my old vampire counts, and started some dwarf models, seriously considering some gnome too. Yeah, I've got some handgunners, state troops, and other empire bits knocking around, and I've been looking to start a gnome list as well, because I have lots of artillery as well. So a good shooty list with some war wagons and handgunners. I'd have to be Nolan, black powder go boom, plus I'm a big Gotrek and Felix fan. Or nerd, rather. Yeah. Nolan's a good choice. Now I think about it, Malachi Mackayson has Iron Brew Heraldry and Total War Warhammer 3. Maybe I could base some of my dwarfs on that. That sounds like a good idea. Alright, so this is... The wash is mostly dry, but there's a spot that's not, so I'm just gonna blast it with a hairdryer. If I can find it. Alright. So... I guess this will do. It's a bit not in great condition for dry brush, but this is already looking like the shade of carapace I'm looking for. So You could just leave it at that. That's Cantor Blue, Mephiston Red, and then just like pummeled down with Nuln Oil. And what I'm going to try and do is just do a bit of a dry brush on the skin of Mephiston. Ding, 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 ding. Are you, for the carapace, are you still looking for like the turquoise edges? Because we can do that as well. Okay, so what you're going to want to do is like just a bit of a, like a targeted downwards dry brush across the red. Just to brighten it back up a little bit. Maybe just a light dry brush for the gods. Well, go for a little bit of a circular motion on the gun, and then downwards, downwards, downwards. Thank you again for this. You give me a lot of ideas. Not a problem. This is actually just like a quick and dirty High Fleet Behemoth. If you want to see the third edition NID scheme, Matt's Hobby Hour does a really nice video on that on YouTube, which looks really good. Matt is an acquaintance. I always recommend his stuff because it's just good. Matt's videos are great. Super chill. Yeah, Matt's great. I always bug him when I have like an idea and I'm like, "Oi, mate, tell me how to work this one out." It's always good for like inspiration. Like watching more accomplished painters gives you lots of ideas. Does it to mix 15 shades of grey? That is a good video though. It's always useful to have lots of shades of grey. Yeah, I really like it when Matt's very good for beginners, but I really enjoy it when he does more like advanced stuff, like his color theory and like advanced non-metallic stuff is always very interesting. Good for building up like an internal log of like little tips and tricks and other stuff. Okay, so that brightens up the skin a little bit. You can see that there's still a lot of dark bits. You could go way harder than this, but this is about what I'll do for now. At least. So you can see it's, you know, so that's what, 4 steps. You do Mephiston red, Cantal blue, Nuln oil, and then you dry brush the red with Mephiston again. And that gives you this sort of basic just this basic start. So here is where we will start to get a little fancier. On a carapace, we're just going to glaze the edges with some more Cantal blue, just to lighten up the edges. Where'd I put Cantal blue? Where'd I put? Oh no, it's already on my palette. Never mind. Okay, so let's use the number 2 for this. Okay, so what we're just going to do is we're going to glaze in this direction, you know, front to back on the scales and top to down on the legs. And we're going to thin out paint as much as we can while still keeping some pigment. We want a bit more than that. Mix in a bit more paint. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay, touch more water. with a glaze, it's always better to go slightly too thin because you can always do a little bit more. Okay. There we go. So that's kind of what you want. Just thin enough. And then what you want to do with a glaze, which you probably know, is you want to drag front to back because your brush will always deposit the most pigment where the stroke ends. So you see how it's picking up like there along the back of the scale or the back of the carapace. And then you can do a little bit of a peak. And then a little bit out. Just towards the edges. It's strongest from back to front or front to back. And then as you can see on the edge where I've been a bit messy with the dry brush and it's caught some red on the scales or plates, as the case may be, when you glaze over that, it will cover it up and it will give it a little bit of like a purple hue as the two colors mix, which is, you know, gives it a nice little bit of variation that, you know, covers up some of the sloppy work in the early stages. So you don't have to worry too much about it because you can always sort of push and pull and cover up. So this is probably going to take about at least 2 glazes just to pick up that color a little bit. And then we will mix in a bit of that turquoise. You could edit this down quite well, I think. Yeah, maybe not. We shall see. It might end up shit. And then with the scales and legs, like I said, top to down, you might want to do a little bit of a round glaze. On some of the curves, but mostly you just go top down and try and get most of the paint deposited towards those edges. And then on the hooves as well, you just want to glaze down towards the edges. can be a bit heavier on these because you'll probably like want to dry brush them and like give them a bit of dirt on them, so you don't have to be too precise in areas where you know you're going to come back over and be messy on. Especially with units like this where you're going to be painting a lot of them, you can be sort of messy on certain parts. I know I'm not like this now, but I am channeling a lot of how I used to paint when I was doing armies faster. And you can sort of see it in the beard of the dwarf that I just posted on Instagram, because the bulk of that I painted in 2015-ish. When I was younger and painting more armies. But if you look at the beard and just how sloppy it is, but it doesn't matter because you're not paying attention to the beard. It doesn't really draw your eye. And there's just enough changes of color in the beard that it looks sort of, if you squint, it looks pretty good. And then on the gun, you'll want to go from back to front. And this time I'm just going to do the whole thing because I want to draw a bit of attention to the front of the gun. So I'll make it a bit heavier. And then the plates on the back of the gun, you want to go front to back. Because if you pay attention to the carapace a little bit, you can sort of see that it's got some like directionality. The plates jut in certain directions. So usually you want to follow the direction that they're pointing essentially. Right, now we'll do just a second glaze in the same color, and then we'll do the third glaze with a slightly different color. Yeah, so this will probably be one of the longer parts, and you don't necessarily have to do this, but you just want to do a couple glazes on the carapace. Just really make those edges pop out just a little bit. It doesn't have to be massively. Using the same old Cantor blues, so you're still on two colors essentially here. Now for the fun bit. Maybe. This might be where we ruin it. To get that turquoise color, I think I'm going to choose Sotek green and mix it in a little bit with the blue. So we're going to take some Sotek green and we're going to mix it 50-50 with some Cantor blue. Maybe 50-50 is a bit. This is probably where I went out. Interested to see the results. Okay, a little bit heavier on the Sotek, maybe a little bit. Ooh. This is where I probably wimp out. No, it's not that bad. It's just one extra color for now. So we're going to take the mix of Sotek green and Cantor blue and glaze that just at the tippy tips. Just at the tippy tips. So we'll try and pull that along some of these tips just to give it a bit of a turquoise color. You really only want it just at the edges, and then where there's a corner you want it to be a little bit thicker, but not by much. This doesn't have to be too clean. It's looking really good. Guess I won't wimp out. Yeah. It gets fun in a second. Because you can leave this at doing it once, right? If that's all you have the patience for. You can be pretty quick and sloppy with this as well. Now, I'm just going slower out of habit, but you can be fairly messy with this and it will still look good because the paint is thin enough that it's quite forgiving. You don't have to be exacting. Why must my father date crazy people? I don't know, keep you humble? Listen, I'm not the person you should be asking that question. I'm gonna be real honest. Out of interest though, what makes you say that? Texted my sister to ask her what she has her because she didn't invite her to a takeaway we're having on the anniversary of the death. Oh God. Gee, them Lord and mercy. Sister's fuming. My dad's handling the situation poorly. Oh dear. Are you doing all right? I mean, I imagine not, but she's also newly divorced, assuming from when being in a 35-year-old marriage to dating my dad. I mean, I'm gonna say that that's not unusual because when you've been in a relationship that long, usually when it ends, you've known it was gonna end for a while, so you sort of make your peace on that. As for the other stuff, I got nothing. She's just got no concept of boundaries. Oh no. My my comment about you doing all right was not so much, about your mum's passing. I assumed it had been a while. It was more about your mum's passing being hijacked by, well, so long as you are. Okay, so, Bubba, what we've done so far, Mephiston red, Cantor blue, wash Nuln black, dry brush Mephiston red back over the skin. And then do a 50, well, maybe more like a 45, 55 mix of Sotek green and Cantor blue and glaze it onto the backs of the plates after, two thin glazes of Cantor blue. So we're going to do another one, and this one's going to be thinner and wider because we've done one close to the edge, right? Which has built up pigment along the edge. So if we do another one wider over it, it'll enhance the one on the edge and also give it a bit of a more of a blend in further in the scale. Also, hey zombie, how goes it? Yeah, we're in the education zone right now because Bubba brought up painting Nids and I got it in my head. Okay, so we'll see we're going wider and it's building up way more pigment along the edges because of the pre-existing glaze. And it won't dry this bright. It'll go on bright, but it won't dry as bright. Okay, so you can see because I've been moving them all around a little bit, some of the glaze rolled back a little bit and it's created a bit of a line there. Now what you could do, but I'm not going to do because I'm trying to go slightly quicker, but what you could do to get rid of that is to go back in with Cantor blue and just sort of like reverse glaze it. So start across the boundary a little bit and then glaze the darker color towards the shadow. So if you end up with a little bit of that pooling effect, you can fix it if you want to. I'm not going to, because obviously that would take time, and this is more illustrative than it is perfect. But yeah, because I've been jerking the model back and forth, obviously the fluid has the glaze, while it was still drying, moved in the direction that I was moving the miniature. So you'll want to go slower, and you want to be more cognizant of where the pigment is pooling on the miniature. And it doesn't really matter anyway. But you see, you're just building up that pigment at the edges. This might not be turquoise enough. Well, whatever. We'll work it out. Okay, so that should be enough, just like brightening up the edges. So what we're gonna do now, and this might not be the right choice because I've already said it's not turquoise enough, but I'm not sure Okay, so we're gonna water down the Sotek blue a little bit. Or Sotek green, rather. And then now we are going to do some lines. You can follow the ridge of the plate. We'll just and then we're just going to do some lines. My lines were way too heavy. I'm not sure the best advice I can give for that is essentially use the largest brush you are comfortable with doing the smallest lines, so you have to reload it less. And then just practice, really. I might have gone a little too hard. Yeah, no, I've botched it. I think the way to save this is to oh yeah, soften these lines up with some targeted glaze. Just get a little bit of Sotek green and soften up like the peaks. That's a bit better, yeah. So if the lines aren't looking quite right to you, you can just take some of that same color and like gently thicken up some of the edges by glazing it. Okay, and then go along the ridge, go along the ridge. Okay, and then on the hooves, you want to do the same kind of lines. Can be as messy and as quick as you want. You just need to sort of like get that texture in them more than anything. And with the claws, all you have to really do is catch the edges. And like you could jump straight from the initial Cantor Blue to this stage without all of those like interstitial glazes, but all those glazes do is soften the transitions a little bit so that when you go to this stage, it's not as like a drastic shift in color, essentially. Are graduation pranks still a thing? I couldn't tell you. Okay, so you could, let's see, you could leave the carapace at that. And with a few more glazes, that transition would be a little less jarring. But I have rushed it a little bit. But I'm in a fun mood, so we're going to go a step further. We're going to use a mixture of Lothan Blue and Sotek Green. And do a very, very fine Listen, I can't say no to helping someone out. Wait, did you do a termagant from start? Yep. Just helping Bubba work out some kinks in doing some termagants. Okay, so what we're gonna do is mix these 50-50. Uni is sending me now, Hendifer. Cool. How did you prime it? It was already painted. I have a bag of termagants that are waiting for repainting, and some of them are already primed. You and your chaos dwarves. Okay, so what we're going to do with a very fine brush, if you have one, is just basically at the very, very tippy tips, right in the corners and stuff. You're going to do a much lighter highlight if you want, of course. That color I don't think is light enough. Yeah. So I'm going to add... We're going to add in to lighten this by a smidgen. I'm going to use some Fenrisian Grey and just put like a little speck of Fenrisian Grey in there. Just to lighten it up a scooch. So barely a dab. Hey, Pixel. Okay. It's maybe not as bright as I wanted. So basically, within the lines that you paint, you want to do slightly shorter lines. just little baby lines within the previous lines. Hey, well done, Pixel. And you see what that does? You see how much that just pops out? That business? And you want to go about like maybe a third the length of the lines that you did previously, just within them along the edge. And then where you see I've glazed some of that turquoise previously, you can just do sort of like a little bit of a squishy dot. And along where it's got some of these cuts in the scales, you can maybe follow it a little longer. And you see what I mean? It just gives it an extra extra little pop. Would you do this for army painting? Yes. I would. Yeah, no. If I was doing it, I would have done way more. This is me trying to simplify the process a little bit to help Bubba. Hey, Hendy, I've nearly done a miniature in like 2 hours. Warlock purple. Yeah, I think it might still be good as well. I start getting nervous I'm going to ruin what I've done if there are too many steps. Oh yeah, no, there's still a perfectly good pot of Warlock purple. Yep, it's Citadel. It's a few years old. Made in France. When were they? Can't believe they used to be made in France. Doesn't have a date on it, but the pot is like 20 years old or something. Maybe 15. I don't remember when it was from. I've only seen the pots when they were around. Yeah. Games Workshop pots have gone through a few generations. Anyway, Bubba, the solvent to feeling like you're gonna ruin everything is to just ruin a bunch of stuff. Just, spend your time painting, ruin a bunch of things, and then try again. Getting to the point where you can do things first try or work out like a color scheme first try or do anything first try is just a shit ton of failing. Failing and repetition. You do it a bunch of times and eventually you don't fail anymore. I mean, it's going to feel bad, but so long as you can understand that each time you fail at something, you're improving. And you can muscle through it. And just take your time to learn. Then, you know, you'll get there. I mean, yeah, but not everyone has, you know, that particular kind of neuroses. Some of us learn to be happy with our work. Right? Your second model will always look better than your first model, and your third model will always look better than your second model, and so on and so forth. What was that? Fuck off, Windows. Okay. So, oh, no, I've got the head to do. Let me just do that. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Let's do the center bridges. I was so demoralized after painting my first nerd. I put the brush down for 6 weeks. Tonight I'll pick them up again. Please do. I would love to see your finished knits. My phone is going insane. I'm sorry if you can hear it. I presume a bunch of people either started streaming and those are Twitch notifications, or someone hit one of my Instagram posts. Usually one of the two. Okay. And that is the carapace done. Or is it? I will return in a moment. Okay, so Baba, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a little bit more Fenrisian Grey into Lothan Blue. Okay, so Baba, what we are gonna do, because I'm insane, a serious question, how do you know when to stop? I am not really the person to be asking about that. But essentially, it's whenever you feel that you can live with the quality of the model. So what I'm going to do here, mostly for illustrative purposes, because this is something I would do anyway, is with an even lighter color, within the little lines that you've put onto the carapace, just at the very ends, you put a dot, a little dot at the end of each line. Just a little dot. dot, 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 dot. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dot. Just go along and pop a dot at the end of each of those little lines you drew, and it really pops out the edge. Yeah, you don't have to use this on your gaunts. Bear in mind that you've probably got some big monsters that you'll want to spend a little bit more time on. So at any point you could stop on the gaunt, right? You could have stopped when it was 2 colors and a wash, or 2 colors and a wash and a dry brush, or So what I'm illustrating on the gaunt here, you can use on your, your Hive Tyrant, you can use it on your Carnifexes, your Tervigons, any of your bigger models that you want to spend more time on. Throw down the gauntlet. Hello, Percusaurus. We are taking a break from Bretonnia just so that I can help out someone. Paint a few full units of gaunts and you'll quick carry, I guarantee. Have you met me? Have you watched me paint? I'm just using my Tyranid army to practice colors I'm bad at. Yeah, Tyranids are great for practicing on. Very forgiving, lots of nice and simple models. And you don't have to be precise or exacting or, any of that business. Yeah, some people will, with a model like this, they would have like preferentially they would have highlighted the edge rather than glazed and then cut in with lines. They would have given it like a hard edge highlight. But I think you can see from what I've done, that if there was like a hard edge highlight, it wouldn't look quite as much like a carapace. It would look more, I guess, like a hard armored plate, or a little more mechanical, I guess. But this gives it a slightly more natural looking edge. Yeah, edge highlighting works really well with like mechanical stuff, but sometimes with like natural forms, edge highlighting isn't the way you want to go. Like it can look good, but it's not the easiest way to make something look good. Yeah, this is not technically edge highlighting. I mean, it is a highlight and it is on the edge of a form, but it's not technically like a continuous, like solid highlight along the edge. It's a combination of glazing and then other stuff. I'm not sure what it would be called, but I wouldn't call it edge highlighting. Mm. I apologize to all the horse-loving viewers. This has been so helpful. Listen, I'm sure they've been going insane as well. Alright, so what I am going to do is... That's good enough on most bits. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wash the gun again with something fleshy. Yeah, let's go with Reclaim Flesh Shade. Just so the gun's slightly darker and it pops out a little bit. That's not a Bretonnian. It's not. I'm being a responsible member of the community today, Tobias. Helping someone just work out a little bit of a way to approach their NIDS. I'm going to be honest, I've never painted a behemoth NID before. I've just been winging it. Most of my NIDs are, well, all of my NIDs are Chronos. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to approach the skin bubba. So we did that dry brush earlier just to pop the skin out a little bit. What we're going to do now is we're just going to hit some of the bigger volumes. Oh, you mean Jormungandr? So you're just going to want to, with some thin paint, hit the volumes. Like just hit, you know, all the big areas, like the shoulders and little bits there, a little bit there. Just with a slightly heavier. And this is being as simple and as fast as you can. You could spend hours and hours glazing. But this is mostly just to get, a little bit more contrast between so you don't have to go over the whole thing here. You just have to reinforce some of the bigger, flatter areas so that they're like a more solid, consistent red. And that'll fake, essentially, it'll trick the eye into thinking that the color is more solid than it is, because the big areas will be a slightly more solid red. And you can mostly just hit the the tops. You don't really need to focus on much other than like the tops and the big rounder areas. So like here behind the good one. Here at the front. Glazing is sort of a hard one to explain. Like consistency on via camera. It's much easier to show someone in person, but Right, so you see, you don't need to do much. You just hit like tops of arms, top of the tail, big round part of the head, and it mostly looks like it's a much more solid coat, but when you get a closer look at it, it's not. So you can sort of cheat the eye. Which is useful for if you are painting a lot of models, right? So long as the parts that draw the eye look like they're solid and clean, you'll ignore the bits that aren't. Okay, so we're now going to run some Evil Sun Scarlet just as a highlight. Are we still doing nids? We are. We've done the carapace. And now we're just touching up the skin. Alright, so basically with Evil Sun Scarlet, you just want to pick out the high spots. And just follow some of the edges. And then you just hit the edges and run along the top. And then just pick out, doesn't have to be much. And then you hit along the top. And then you run just along the arm a little bit around the top there. And these are just to pop out some of the edges. You do not need to be very clean or precise. Just try and keep your lines thin. You can add a little bit of texture in there if you want. If you feel like stippling or doing some hatching, any texture is good. And then you pick out the most prominent bits of the ribs. And really, you're just using the Evil Sun Scarlet to pop out a little bit of detail. And then run along some of the high points. You can ignore the inside of, the interior side of these. And really just ignore the bits that you don't need to paint as far as this goes. If you put a lot of effort into the carapace, you can really just you can really cheat on the skin as much as possible. How many paints? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 paints and a wash. Yeah, you can do this as an assembly quite easily. Yeah, honestly, you could basically leave the skin at this, and I probably will. Because the carapace sort of carries the model. So while you could go absolutely ham on the skin, you can mostly just ignore it. Um, just paint it like you would a little guy. I mean, painting a bigger model is... If it was a bust, you do have to use slightly different approaches because of like scale. But because the non-emissary is technically in scale with other NIDs, you can just approach it exactly the same despite it being a bigger model. Zaya Galti, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Happy to have you sticking around. How did you find your way to me today? Have a friend and we both admire Warhammer 40k painters? Oh dear. I may have deceived you. I'm only painting a Ned today because someone in chat was having a bit of trouble with their Neds. Alright, so I'm just gonna do the teeth. use a wet palette and I have my paints thinned quite a lot. It's vibes. It's a lot like glazing in that you've got to do it a lot to work it out. Some things I can explain, some things I cannot. I know environment can mess that up heavily. Yep, room temperature, ambient humidity, tons of stuff. Although none of that actually matters that much. I'm going to be honest. All the scientific mumbo jumbo and considerations don't matter that much. You just have to do it a lot so you get a feel for it. And then you can adjust on the fly. All right, now to just give the gun highlight, I need a fleshy color to mix in with my red. You know what? Squig orange will do. Oh, I just hit that with my nail. I bet not have chipped it. And we'll just give the gun one highlight. Just a little bit of like a fleshy tone on the gun, just around the edges. Lanai Post and my Lord of the Rings food commander deck has arrived. Yeah, I got no idea what that means. You and your magic. I'm glad you're happy with it though. There we go. I feel like that's good enough. Good enough. Going to Adepticon in America? No. There we go. Like, obviously, I could spend a bunch more time highlighting the skin. I could spend more time on the gun. But basically, it's about as much time as you could probably, maximum amount of time you want to spend on the gaunt, really. And I think putting the extra time into the carapace means that you can ignore the skin as much as you want. Because the skin is like barely done. It's a base layer. Oh, fuck you, YouTube.
I could book a beach house and be relaxed, Tina.
And you, Tina Fey. Fuck off. All right, there we go. Anyway, yeah. So basically, like, the skin is nothing. It's a layer, a layer, a wash, a dry brush, a little bit of like a volume layer, and then like one highlight, sort of, barely a highlight. And the only reason that it looks like it's way more done than it is because of the carapace. Right? So if you put a little extra time into like the most eye-catching part of the miniature, which in this case is, all of the armor plates, then you can ignore the rest, basically. Because look at it. Skin is basically just not done on the underneath, or, yeah, that is a gaunt done. I think I may have killed Bubba by taking 3 hours to paint a gaunt. You are more than welcome. I hope it was helpful. But my advice is spend some more time on the carapace. Go a little further, and then you can be as like slapdash with the skin as you want. Because it'll look more impressive if just one part is done. Right. Listen, I just did it on a whim. I'm not looking for anything. I'm not looking for anything fancy. I am tired though. Now back to horses. I, as your treasurer, am looking for the moolah. When did you become my treasurer? I don't remember hiring you. I decided to. Oh, apparently I hit 500 followers at some point. Not that that really means anything, but thank you, I guess. I mean, I'm a streamer. I have to find things to yap about, regardless of whether I actually care about them or not. I stream more out of spite than I do out of any grand aspirations. Chaos or no? What do you mean? For the Emperor or not? Meh. I mean, I guess I played Sisters, so sure, why not? Right. Okay, that. Yeah. Sorry, I've barely slept. I've barely slept and I just spent 3 hours mostly talking about how to paint termagants. My brain not working so fast. Found Erebus. Oh, what are you getting for Christmas? 3 dragons, phoenix, 30 phoenix guard, a chariot, a mage on foot, 10 silver helms with full command. Where on earth did you bag that? Wrong source. Hey, little guy. What are we up to? And they bought more retirement, so she spoiled me. That's nice. I think you vastly overestimate his size. In fact, a cricket, an adult black cricket, is big enough to kill and eat Dinsdale. So no crickets for him. I mean, to be honest, adult black cricket's big enough to chew a hole in a fully grown leopard gecko's neck and kill it. So they are not choosy. What does he eat? He eats I'm honestly kind of tired after all of that concentrating and painting. I was tired to start with. Are there mealworms in Dinsdale size? There are, but mealworms aren't actually good for anything except rats and spiders. So mealworms are very, very chitinous, and they're their chitin doesn't digest very well. So what it does is it can form impactions in the gut, which means that basically your leopard gecko or your bearded dragon, if you feed it mealworms too frequently, might end up not being able to shit, and then it will die. Yeah, which is why if you're going to feed the mealworms, it should be very, very, very occasionally. Or not at all if you can help it, because they're not actually very good nutritionally. It is. I've noticed that you're not very good at lurking, Pixel. Not to call you out or anything. Many a time have I seen you attempt to lurk and then come straight back. You gotta commit to the bit. I am kind of hungry as well. I might go grab a snack. I've been going for a while.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh, Hendy, are you still around? Always. So, you know that G-Dub's voucher? Got another email today saying, oops, sorry, the expiration date is actually the 2nd of February. Teehee. Which means I could have saved it for the MTO, for the made to order. Why are they like this? Otto still bought the giant though, and I would probably not have bought an infantry character that's basically a meme. But hey, now you have the best model ever made for the old world? Yeah, I guess I do. something to eat and maybe top up my coffee. Yeah, I don't like ending stream early, but I'm not sure how well I'm going to continue to paint. I'm absolutely fucking tired. It's better if I keep going though. Alright, I'm going to go eat and grab a hot drink. Have a frog. Oop. And I forgot to unmute. Hello, hello, hello. Oh god, this chat goes up a while. Hey, Black Dog Painting, thank you for the raid. Hello, White Wolf. I did think it was very green. Hello, people for Ren. I see movement in the foliage. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. Hello. Hey, little guy's also out. What was Black Dog Painting up on stream? What are we on today? I was just heading off. Hope you have a nice stream. Thank you very much. Let me just give you a shout out. Upon typing that, I realized I may have called you Black Dog Gaming. I apologize. All right, now back to the night. I used to be called Black Dog Gaming, but the Twitch handle was already taken. Fair enough. Alright, see you around. Yeah, I'm also of the tide. Good evening, Ren. Try not to fall asleep between horses on camera. Alright, see you around, Nubis. Thanks for hanging out. Also, apparently, it is now snowing in my area, which is not good. Not great. Not good. Not very cash money. Because snow makes my life rather difficult. Because I live in rural Wales on the side of a mountain. So snow is a bad time. Like, imagine how inconvenient snow makes your life when you live, like, in a suburb or in the middle of town, even. And then imagine on a mountain with, like, a massive fucking slope. And very bad roads.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright, I'm going to end a couple of hours early because I haven't had much sleep. So we are going to go find someone to raid. Let's see who is on. Okay. Why is everybody playing games all the time these days? Ay, ay, ay. Alright, we'll go see Froggy. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be back Monday with more Bretonians, most likely. Night, kids.